Hey, I'm really glad you're here. Before we get into tonight's story, I just wanted to thank everyone who's taken a moment to leave a comment. I read far more of them than you probably realize, and it's always nice seeing where you're listening from or hearing that these episodes have become part of your evening. It reminds me that there's a real person on the other side of every comment, and I appreciate you spending a little of your time here. Tonight's story is another real, true crime case. I'll go through it slowly, letting the details unfold one step at a time, so you can simply listen and settle in. If you found yourself coming back more than once, I'd love for you to subscribe and be part of this little community we're building together. All right, this is episode 163. Let's begin. A stack of unopened birthday cards was the first thing detectives noticed. They had been placed neatly on the corner of a dining room table, still inside their envelopes, each one addressed to the same person. Some had arrived from relatives living in other states. Others came from old friends who had known Samuel Porter for decades. None of them had been opened. The cards had simply accumulated over several weeks, quietly collecting dust inside a house that otherwise looked as though someone had stepped outside for only a few minutes. Samuel was 68 years old and had retired after spending more than 35 years as a high school history teacher in central Missouri. Retirement suited him well. He volunteered at the local museum twice a week, met a small group of friends every Thursday morning for coffee, and spent countless hours restoring antique furniture in the detached workshop behind his home. People who knew him described him as patient, methodical, and endlessly curious. He was the type of person who could spend an afternoon explaining the story behind an old photograph or the craftsmanship of a century-old cabinet without ever becoming repetitive. His routines were so dependable that friends immediately noticed when they began to change. Samuel failed to appear for his weekly coffee gathering, something that had happened only a handful of times in nearly 15 years. At first, his friends assumed he had caught a cold or decided to stay home. After several more days passed without hearing from him, they became increasingly uneasy. Calls went unanswered, and messages were never returned. Eventually, one of them drove to Samuel's house to check on him personally. From the outside, everything appeared perfectly ordinary. His pickup truck was parked beneath the carport. The lawn showed signs of recent mowing. Flower pots near the front steps had been watered. Nothing suggested an emergency. Yet when nobody answered the door, concern grew serious enough that deputies were asked to conduct a welfare check. Inside, investigators found a home that seemed frozen in the middle of everyday life. A pair of reading glasses rested beside an unfinished crossword puzzle. A pot of coffee had long since gone cold. In the workshop, woodworking tools remained arranged exactly where Samuel usually left them after finishing a project. It looked less like someone had moved away than like someone had fully intended to return before the day was over. The missing person investigation began with the usual questions. Had Samuel mentioned taking a trip? Was he experiencing health problems? Had anyone noticed unusual visitors or unfamiliar vehicles near the property? Family members consistently gave the same answers. Samuel had made plans for the following week, scheduled appointments for the month ahead, and recently ordered supplies for another furniture restoration project. Nothing suggested he intended to disappear voluntarily. Detectives gradually shifted their attention towards Samuel's financial affairs, not because they suspected him of wrongdoing, but because financial records often reveal patterns that ordinary conversations do not. They learned that Samuel owned several acres of land inherited from his parents decades earlier. Although he rarely discussed it, the property had become increasingly valuable as commercial development slowly expanded toward the area. Over the previous year, several individuals had approached him with offers to purchase portions of the land. Samuel declined every one of them. Among those interested was a local real estate investor named Anthony Reed. Witnesses later described Reed as ambitious and persistent. He had built a business purchasing rural properties, often hoping their value would increase as nearby communities expanded. Public records confirmed that he had contacted Samuel multiple times regarding the land. Those conversations reportedly became increasingly tense after repeated refusals. When detectives interviewed Reed, he acknowledged discussing the property, but insisted he respected Samuel's decision not to sell. According to his account, they had not met for several weeks before the disappearance. At first, nothing directly contradicted that statement. Investigators thanked him for his cooperation and continued pursuing other leads. The search expanded across nearby counties. Volunteers walked fields and wooded trails. Officers examined abandoned buildings, ponds, and remote roads. Despite weeks of effort, the investigation produced little progress. As often happens in missing person cases, rumors began spreading through the community. Some believed Samuel had suffered a medical emergency while walking alone. Others suggested he might have left unexpectedly to visit distant relatives. None of those theories matched the available evidence. The investigation changed months later because of something completely unrelated. A survey crew working ahead of a planned utility project entered a heavily wooded section of land that had not been disturbed in years. While marking the route for underground cables, one worker noticed an area where the soil appeared unusually uneven. What initially seemed like an old dumping site prompted a closer inspection. Authorities were called, and excavators carefully removed layers of earth until they uncovered human remains. The remains were eventually identified as Samuel Porter. The discovery marked the beginning of a homicide investigation rather than the end of a missing person case. Forensic specialists spent weeks examining every piece of evidence recovered from the scene. Detectives revisited interviews conducted months earlier, comparing statements against newly established timelines. Phone records, vehicle movements, financial documents, and witness accounts were reviewed once again, this time through the lens of a confirmed homicide. As investigators reconstructed Samuel's final days, attention returned to Anthony Reed. Digital evidence placed his vehicle in the general area of Samuel's property on the evening Samuel was last known to be alive. Financial records also revealed increasing pressure on Reed's business. Several investment projects had failed, leaving him burdened with significant debt. Prosecutors would later argue that obtaining Samuel's land had become far more than a business opportunity. It had become a financial necessity in Reed's mind. During the trial, the prosecution did not rely on a single dramatic piece of evidence. Instead, they carefully assembled dozens of individual facts into a coherent sequence of events. Witnesses described the deteriorating relationship between the two men. Forensic experts explained how physical evidence connected locations and timelines. Digital analysts presented phone data and vehicle records showing movements inconsistent with Reed's original statements to investigators. By the time jurors began deliberating, they had heard weeks of testimony demonstrating how a disagreement over property gradually escalated into a violent crime. The jury ultimately found Anthony Reed guilty of murder. The conviction closed a case that had left an entire community wondering how a man so deeply rooted in his daily routines could simply disappear without explanation. Years later, friends rarely spoke first about the investigation or the courtroom. Instead, they remembered Samuel as the history teacher who never rushed through a story, the craftsman who believed old furniture deserved another chance, and the quiet man who always seemed happiest when sharing coffee with friends on a Thursday morning. The unopened birthday cards remained one of the details that stayed with investigators as well. They were simple reminders that life continues making plans even when a person is no longer there to receive them, and that sometimes the smallest, most ordinary objects become the most powerful reminders of a life unexpectedly interrupted. Next story. The last person to see Dr. Teresa Shivers alive had no idea that their brief conversation would later become one of the most important moments in a murder investigation. It was an ordinary exchange outside her medical office in Bonita Springs, Florida. Teresa had finished seeing patients before leaving for a short family vacation. She smiled, wished everyone a good weekend, and talked about returning to work after spending a few days away with her husband and daughters. Colleagues remembered nothing unusual about her mood. She appeared relaxed, optimistic, and excited to spend time with her family. Like so many ordinary conversations that later become significant, it ended without anyone imagining it would be the final goodbye. Teresa had built a reputation that extended well beyond her medical practice. Patients described her as compassionate and attentive, someone who never rushed appointments and remembered details about families long after most physicians would have forgotten them. Outside the office, she was active in community events, maintained close friendships, and devoted as much time as possible to raising her two young daughters. Friends often remarked that even during stressful periods, she projected warmth and energy, qualities that naturally drew people toward her. After the vacation, Teresa returned home ahead of the rest of her family because she needed to prepare for patients scheduled early the following week. Her husband, Mark, remained behind with their daughters for an extra day before planning to fly home. The arrangement was simple and had happened before. Teresa arrived at the family house, unpacked, and expected nothing more dramatic than returning to work the next morning. Instead, the following day, a family member who had gone to check on the house made a devastating discovery. Teresa was found dead inside her home. Investigators responding to the scene immediately recognized that this was not a natural death. The house showed signs of a violent attack, yet several details suggested the crime was more complicated than a burglary. Valuable property remained inside the home. Electronics had not been taken. Jewelry appeared untouched. While there were indications that someone had attempted to make the scene resemble a break-in, experienced detectives believed almost immediately that robbery was unlikely to be the true motive. The investigation quickly expanded beyond the physical evidence collected inside the house. Detectives interviewed neighbors, co-workers, relatives, and anyone who had interacted with Teresa during the days before her death. Surveillance cameras from nearby streets were reviewed frame by frame. Phone records, financial transactions, and travel schedules were carefully reconstructed to establish an accurate timeline. Every minute mattered because investigators believed whoever committed the crime had planned it carefully. One of the earliest clues came from neighbors who reported seeing an unfamiliar vehicle parked near the house around the time of the murder. The description was limited, but it provided detectives with a starting point. Investigators began examining traffic cameras and security footage from surrounding neighborhoods. Eventually, they identified a rental vehicle whose movements appeared unusually consistent with the timeline of the crime. The rental records led detectives toward two men from Missouri, Curtis Wright and Jimmy Ray Rogers. At first glance, there seemed to be no obvious reason for either man to travel hundreds of miles to southwest Florida. Neither had family in the area. Neither conducted business there. Their presence alone raised difficult questions that investigators became determined to answer. As detectives continued examining phone records, another connection emerged. Curtis Wright had known Mark Sievers for years. The discovery dramatically changed the direction of the investigation. Investigators learned that Wright and Mark had maintained regular communication before and after Teresa's death. Messages, phone calls, and travel records gradually revealed a relationship far closer than initially understood. Detectives also uncovered financial transactions that appeared increasingly suspicious when placed alongside the developing timeline. Months of investigation followed. Rather than relying upon a single dramatic piece of evidence, authorities slowly assembled hundreds of individual details. Cell phone data established travel patterns. Witnesses described conversations that suddenly carried new meaning. Financial records documented payments. Digital evidence recovered from electronic devices filled gaps that interviews alone could not explain. Prosecutors eventually alleged that the murder had been carefully planned well before Teresa returned home from vacation. According to the evidence presented in court, the crime was not spontaneous, but the result of a conspiracy involving multiple participants. The prosecution argued that personal and financial motives combined to produce a plan that investigators ultimately unraveled through meticulous forensic work. The trials attracted national attention because of the complexity of the evidence and the relationships between those involved. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony from detectives, forensic specialists, digital analysts, and witnesses whose observations, while seemingly ordinary at the time, became critical pieces of the larger investigation. Each fact alone explained very little. Together, they revealed a carefully constructed timeline that prosecutors argued pointed unmistakably toward guilt. Curtis Wright eventually admitted his role in the conspiracy and testified during the proceedings. Jimmy Ray Rogers was convicted for his involvement, and Mark Sievers was later convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy. The convictions brought legal resolution to a case that had taken years to investigate, though no verdict could undo the loss experienced by Teresa's family, friends, patients, and colleagues. Looking back, investigators often remark that the case demonstrated how modern homicide investigations are rarely solved through dramatic confessions or sudden breakthroughs. Instead, they depend upon patience, careful documentation, and the willingness to examine even the smallest detail. A rental agreement, a phone record, a surveillance camera, a seemingly ordinary conversation between longtime acquaintances. Each appeared insignificant on its own, yet together they formed a complete picture that ultimately revealed the truth. Next story. One ordinary receipt became the reason detectives reopened the timeline. It had been tucked inside the visor of a pickup truck, folded so many times that the ink was beginning to fade. At first, it looked completely unimportant. The receipt showed the purchase of a bottle of water, a sandwich, and a newspaper from a highway convenience store. The transaction lasted less than a minute. Investigators almost overlooked it because nothing about the purchase suggested violence or criminal intent. Months later, however, that small piece of paper would become one of the many details that helped explain how 59-year-old businessman Bill McLaughlin spent the final hours of his life. McLaughlin lived in California and had built a successful career through years of careful work in the business world. Friends described him as disciplined and optimistic, someone who preferred solving problems through conversation rather than confrontation. He enjoyed boating, followed a predictable routine, and remained close with his family despite a demanding schedule. To those around him, he seemed to be entering a comfortable stage of life. Financially secure and planning for the future, there appeared to be little reason to believe he was in danger. When Bill failed to appear for several scheduled meetings, colleagues initially assumed he had been delayed. He was known for traveling frequently, and unexpected changes occasionally interrupted his calendar. By the following day, however, missed phone calls had begun to accumulate. His office had received no explanation. Family members could not reach him, and his employees were growing increasingly concerned because missing appointments without notice was completely unlike him. Police were eventually asked to conduct a welfare check at his home. The property showed no obvious signs of forced entry. His vehicle remained parked outside, exactly where neighbors expected to see it. Inside the house, investigators found the familiar signs of an ordinary evening interrupted without warning. A briefcase rested near the front door. Unopened mail sat on the kitchen counter, and clothes prepared for the next day's meetings had already been laid out. Nothing suggested someone who intended to disappear voluntarily. The discovery of Bill's body inside the residence immediately transformed the case into a homicide investigation. Detectives quickly concluded that robbery was unlikely. Valuable items remained untouched throughout the home, and there was no evidence that someone had searched for money or jewelry. Instead, the scene suggested that whoever entered the house had arrived with a specific purpose. As investigators began reconstructing Bill's personal and professional life, they found no shortage of business contacts, but very few genuine enemies. Interviews with co-workers painted the picture of a respected executive who handled disagreements professionally. Financial records showed no major crisis. His recent activities appeared almost entirely routine. For several weeks, detectives struggled to identify a motive that could explain such a deliberate crime. The investigation gradually shifted toward Bill's personal relationships. Detectives learned that he had been involved in a long-term romantic relationship that, according to witnesses, had become increasingly complicated. Friends described disagreements about the future, financial expectations, and the direction of the relationship. None of those issues proved criminal conduct, but experienced investigators understood that homicides often emerge from personal conflicts rather than random encounters. As interviews continued, detectives noticed inconsistencies between witness statements and documented timelines. Phone records did not always match recollections. Certain meetings described during interviews could not be confirmed. Small contradictions began accumulating, each one insignificant by itself, but increasingly difficult to ignore when viewed together. Months passed before the investigation gained real momentum. Digital records, financial documents, and witness testimony slowly revealed connections that had previously gone unnoticed. Detectives discovered communications suggesting that the crime may not have been spontaneous, but carefully planned. Travel records placed individuals in locations inconsistent with their original statements. Financial transactions occurring before and after the murder raised additional questions that demanded closer examination. The prosecution would eventually argue that the killing resulted from a conspiracy involving more than one participant. According to evidence presented during trial, personal motives and financial expectations combined to create a plan that ultimately ended in Bill's death. Investigators demonstrated how conversations held weeks before the murder, combined with travel arrangements, phone calls, and witness testimony, gradually exposed the larger picture. Rather than relying upon one dramatic confession or a single decisive piece of forensic evidence, the case was built through hundreds of carefully documented details collected over several years. Jurors heard testimony explaining how investigators reconstructed timelines from telephone records, receipts, surveillance footage, financial documents, and interviews conducted months apart. Experts described the importance of seemingly ordinary evidence that many people would never notice during daily life. A convenience store receipt, a mileage record, a phone call lasting only a few minutes, or an appointment quietly canceled at the last moment all became pieces of a much larger puzzle. None of them alone explained what happened. Together, they formed a timeline that prosecutors argued proved planning rather than coincidence. After a lengthy trial, those responsible were convicted, bringing legal resolution to a case that had required years of patient investigation. For Bill's family and friends, however, the courtroom proceedings were only one chapter in a much larger story. They preferred remembering the businessman who enjoyed afternoons on the water, who rarely missed family gatherings, and who believed that keeping promises mattered more than making them. Detectives later reflected that the investigation served as another reminder that the smallest details often survive long after people attempt to erase the truth. Crimes planned over months can still unravel because of ordinary moments that leave behind quiet traces. Next story. The photograph hanging in the hallway became one of the first things investigators noticed. Not because it contained a clue, but because it captured a life that seemed remarkably ordinary. It showed 54-year-old Sandra Canto standing beside her husband during a family reunion, both smiling into the camera with grandchildren gathered around them. It was the kind of picture found in countless homes across America, a reminder of birthdays, holidays, and years spent building a quiet life. Nothing about it suggested that the house would soon become the center of a homicide investigation that would take nearly 2 years to unravel. Sandra lived in a rural community outside Tulsa, Oklahoma, where she and her husband had operated a successful roofing company for many years. Their business was well known locally, employing dozens of workers during the busiest construction seasons. Friends described Sandra as the practical half of the partnership. While her husband managed crews and job sites, she handled payroll, invoices, customer calls, and nearly every detail that kept the company running smoothly. Employees often joked that if Sandra took a day off, the entire office seemed to slow down. Her routine rarely changed. She arrived before everyone else each morning, unlocked the office, started a pot of coffee, and reviewed paperwork before the phones began ringing. She spoke with suppliers, answered customer questions, and somehow remembered birthdays anniversaries, and personal milestones for nearly everyone who worked there. It was this consistency that made her disappearance impossible to ignore. One Monday morning, employees arrived to find the office still locked. At first, they assumed Sandra had been delayed by traffic or an appointment. Half an hour passed, then another. Calls to her mobile phone went unanswered. By midday, concern had spread throughout the company. Family members were contacted, but none had heard from her since the previous evening. Deputies responding to the family home found no signs of forced entry. Sandra's vehicle remained parked in the driveway, exactly where she normally left it. Inside the house, everything appeared remarkably ordinary. A load of laundry sat neatly folded in a basket. A shopping list rested on the kitchen counter beside a pair of reading glasses. The dishwasher had finished its cycle, but had not yet been emptied. Every detail suggested someone who fully expected to wake up the next morning and continue living an ordinary life. As detectives reconstructed Sandra's final weekend, they learned that she had spent Saturday with relatives and attended church on Sunday before returning home. Friends described her mood as cheerful. She discussed plans for upcoming family events and spoke about renovations she hoped to make to the house during the following year. Nothing indicated fear, anxiety, or plans to leave. Investigators began interviewing everyone connected to Sandra's personal and professional life. Business competitors, employees, relatives, neighbors, and longtime friends all provided information. Most conversations confirmed what detectives already believed. Sandra was respected, financially stable, and deeply connected to her family. She had no known reason to disappear voluntarily. Attention eventually turned toward a former employee named Daniel Mercer, who had left the roofing company under difficult circumstances several months earlier. According to co-workers, Mercer blamed Sandra for payroll disputes that arose shortly before his departure. Several witnesses remembered heated arguments inside the office, though none believed the disagreements would escalate beyond angry words. When detectives first interviewed Mercer, he appeared cooperative. He acknowledged past disagreements, but insisted they had resolved their differences. He claimed he had spent the weekend working on home repairs and had not spoken to Sandra for weeks. Investigators documented the interview and continued following other leads. Over the following months, however, the case slowly evolved. Phone records revealed communication between Mercer and Sandra far more recently than he initially admitted. Digital investigators recovered deleted messages discussing financial issues connected to his former employment. Witnesses who had been reluctant to become involved gradually came forward with additional information describing increasingly hostile encounters between the two after Mercer left the company. The investigation gained further momentum when detectives reviewed surveillance footage from businesses located along roads leading towards Sandra's neighborhood. Although no single recording captured the entire sequence of events, multiple cameras documented vehicle movements that investigators later assembled into a detailed timeline. One vehicle in particular appeared repeatedly at locations and times that conflicted with Mercer's original statement. Searches continued for months before a landowner walking through a heavily wooded section of property discovered human remains concealed beneath dense vegetation. Forensic examination confirmed the remains belonged to Sandra. Although the discovery brought heartbreaking confirmation to her family, it also provided investigators with evidence that transformed months of suspicion into a prosecutable homicide case. The trial focused less on dramatic courtroom moments than on the painstaking reconstruction of ordinary events. Prosecutors presented phone records, surveillance footage, financial documents, witness testimony, and forensic evidence collected over many months. Rather than relying on one decisive clue, the case depended upon dozens of independent facts that consistently pointed in the same direction. Each witness added another small piece to the timeline until jurors could see how the events fit together. The defense challenged portions of the investigation and questioned the interpretation of several pieces of evidence. But after hearing weeks of testimony, the jury found Daniel Mercer guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. Years after the verdict, People who knew Sandra rarely spoke first about the investigation. They remembered the woman who always arrived at work before sunrise, who kept handwritten notes reminding herself to ask employees about their families, and who believed that treating people fairly was the most important part of running a business. The homicide investigation eventually became part of local history, but those ordinary memories endured far longer. Next story. The first thing detectives questioned was not what had happened, but why someone had gone to so much trouble to create the appearance of an accident. The fire had done exactly what fires often do. It blackened walls, destroyed furniture, collapsed parts of the roof, and erased countless small details that investigators normally rely upon. To anyone standing outside, it looked like another tragic house fire that had claimed a life before firefighters could arrive in time. Yet experienced fire investigators have a habit of treating scenes differently. They know that flames tell stories if someone is patient enough to read them. The victim was Janice Saunders, a respected businesswoman from North Carolina who owned several successful insurance agencies. She had spent years building her career and had earned the trust of clients throughout the region. Friends described her as disciplined, generous, and remarkably organized. Her calendar was planned weeks in advance, and she rarely missed appointments. She enjoyed traveling, remained close to her family, and had recently begun making plans for the next stage of her business, hoping to reduce her workload and spend more time with her grandchildren. When firefighters recovered her body inside the burned home, everyone initially assumed she had been overcome by smoke while trying to escape. The house had suffered extensive damage, and accidental electrical fires were not uncommon in older properties. It seemed like a heartbreaking but straightforward tragedy. The medical examiner, however, noticed something that did not fit. Although the fire had caused severe damage after death, evidence suggested Janice had suffered fatal injuries before the flames spread through the house. Smoke inhalation, normally expected in victims trapped by fire, was far less significant than investigators anticipated. That observation changed the direction of the entire case. Instead of searching for the cause of an accidental fire, detectives began searching for the person who had started it. As investigators reconstructed Janice's final days, they found very little to suggest she expected danger. She had met clients, spoken with relatives, handled routine business matters, and made appointments for the following week. Bills had been paid. Future meetings remained on her calendar. Nothing indicated someone preparing to disappear or fearing for their safety. Attention soon turned toward people who stood to benefit financially from her death. Like many successful business owners, Janice carried substantial life insurance and possessed valuable assets accumulated over decades. Detectives carefully reviewed legal documents, banking records, and recent financial activity, looking for unusual changes or unexpected transactions. Among those interviewed was her husband, who appeared cooperative during the early stages of the investigation. He expressed shock, answered questions, and described the fire as an unimaginable tragedy. Yet as detectives compared his statements with physical evidence collected from the scene, small inconsistencies began emerging. None of them proved guilt individually, but together they painted a timeline that became increasingly difficult to reconcile. Fire investigators concluded that the blaze had originated in multiple locations inside the home, a pattern inconsistent with an accidental electrical malfunction. Laboratory analysis detected the presence of an accelerant, confirming that the fire had been deliberately set after Janice was already dead. The blaze had not caused the homicide. It had been intended to conceal it. The investigation expanded over many months. Detectives interviewed neighbors repeatedly, re-examined financial records, and obtained phone data that helped establish movements before and after the fire. Experts in fire science explained how burn patterns revealed deliberate ignition points, while forensic specialists reconstructed events inside the home despite the extensive damage. Prosecutors argued that the crime had been carefully planned. According to evidence presented during trial, financial motives played a central role, and the fire was intended to destroy evidence while convincing everyone that the death had been accidental. The defense challenged portions of the forensic findings, But investigators had spent years building a case that relied upon many independent pieces of evidence rather than a single dramatic discovery. Jurors heard testimony from arson specialists, forensic pathologists, financial investigators, and witnesses who described changes in the relationship during the months leading up to Janice's death. Gradually, the ordinary details of daily life, phone calls, insurance documents, financial transactions, and witness observations, formed a timeline that prosecutors argued could not be explained by coincidence. After deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict. The conviction brought legal closure to a case that began as what appeared to be a tragic household fire, but ultimately proved to be a carefully disguised homicide. Years later, investigators continued using the case during fire investigation training because it demonstrated how easily a crime scene can mislead even experienced observers during the first few hours. Had investigators accepted the appearance of an accidental fire without asking difficult questions, the truth might never have been discovered. Instead, patience, forensic science, and relentless attention to detail revealed what the flames had failed to hide. Janice's family finally received the answers they had spent years waiting for, and the case became another reminder that even the most carefully planned attempts to disguise a murder can eventually unravel when every piece of evidence is examined with care. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenehan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Mary was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Mary failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Mary had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Mary prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Mary Ann's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Mary Ann. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marian vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Mary had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. The strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marion's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Mary Ann's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary directly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Mary Ann's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. After the trial concluded and Eric Dalton was transferred to a state correctional facility to begin serving his life sentence, the investigation into Laura Whitaker's murder formally entered its final documentation stage. Detectives spent months compiling reports, reviewing evidence logs, and organizing the complete timeline of events that had led from a missing person call to a murder conviction. For many of the investigators involved, the case had become deeply personal because they had spent so much time reconstructing the final hours of Laura's life. Every piece of evidence, from the small blood traces near her front door to the fibers recovered from Dalton's truck, had been carefully preserved and cataloged to ensure that the prosecution's case could withstand scrutiny. The final investigative report described in detail how a routine welfare check at a quiet home had gradually revealed a violent crime hidden beneath subtle signs that might easily have been overlooked. As part of the final stage of the investigation, detectives also conducted a deeper review of Eric Dalton's history and behavior. They spoke with former employers, acquaintances, and people who had encountered him during his years working in maintenance and repair jobs throughout the region. What emerged was a pattern of instability and social isolation. Dalton often struggled to maintain steady employment, moving from job to job without forming lasting connections with coworkers. Several people described him as quiet but intense, someone who sometimes misinterpreted ordinary friendliness as personal interest. During the weeks he worked at Laura's school, staff members remembered him lingering in hallways longer than necessary and attempting to start conversations that seemed awkward or out of place. None of those moments appeared threatening at the time, but investigators later realized that Dalton had likely developed a fixation during that period. The timeline detectives constructed showed that Dalton had first noticed Laura while performing maintenance work near her classroom. Over the following days, he had deliberately chosen tasks that kept him close to that part of the building. School staff later recalled him asking questions about the teachers' schedules and occasionally watching from a distance during lunch breaks. After the maintenance project ended, Dalton no longer had a legitimate reason to be inside the school, but phone records revealed that he had begun searching public directories and local listings in an attempt to locate Laura's home address. Within a short period of time, he succeeded in finding it. The investigation showed that he had driven past the house several times during the week before the crime, apparently observing her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her alone. In the months after the trial, Laura's family continued working with community leaders to honor her memory in ways that reflected the life she had lived. The scholarship fund created in her name began receiving applications from students across the region who hoped to pursue careers in education. Each year, the scholarship committee reviewed essays from applicants describing why they wanted to become teachers and how they planned to contribute to their communities. For Laura's parents, reading those letters became a powerful reminder of the influence she had once had on her own students. The scholarship gradually grew as more donors contributed, ensuring that her name would remain connected to the profession she cared about most. The elementary school where Laura had taught also established a small memorial garden near the playground where she had often supervised recess. Teachers and students helped plant trees and flowers in the space, creating a quiet area where children could read or spend time outdoors during breaks. A small plaque placed near the entrance described Laura as a teacher who believed that patience and encouragement could help every child succeed. Over time, the garden became part of the daily life of the school. New students who had never met Laura still heard her story through teachers who explained why the garden existed and what it represented. For the detectives who had worked the case, the experience left lasting impressions about the importance of small observations during the early stages of an investigation. The case had begun with very little information beyond the fact that a teacher had failed to appear for work. It was the careful attention to minor details that allowed the investigation to move forward. A neighbor noticing a parked truck, a fingerprint on the door frame, and a few fibers caught in the fabric of a vehicle eventually formed the foundation of the entire case. Without those details, proving what had happened inside Laura's house might have been far more difficult. The investigation became a training example for younger officers learning how to approach cases where the initial evidence is limited. In the years that followed, the community of Bellingham continued to remember the case, not only because of the crime itself, but because of the way people came together afterward. Parents, teachers, and local residents had supported the investigation from the beginning by providing information, attending community meetings, and helping search for clues during the early days of Laura's disappearance. That collective effort helped detectives piece together the timeline and maintain momentum during the investigation. It also reinforced the idea that solving crimes often requires cooperation between law enforcement and the communities they serve. Eric Dalton remained in prison, where he continued serving his life sentence without the possibility of parole. The legal process surrounding the case eventually concluded when his appeals were denied, confirming the verdict that had been reached during the trial. With the legal chapter closed, Laura's family chose to focus their attention on the scholarship program and the memorial projects that carried her name forward. Each year, when new teachers graduated from local universities, some of them supported by the scholarship, the family was reminded that Laura's influence had extended far beyond the classroom where she once taught. The story that began with a quiet October evening and a missing teacher ultimately became a lesson in persistence, careful investigation, and the enduring impact of one person's life on a community. Although the crime had brought tragedy, the response that followed showed how determination and cooperation can uncover the truth and ensure accountability. For those who knew Laura Whitaker, the most important legacy was not the investigation or the trial, but the memory of a teacher who had devoted herself to helping children learn, a commitment that continued through the lives of students and educators who carried her influence forward long after the case was solved. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected doctor who reported his wife missing after she failed to return from a morning swim. A disappearance that looked at first like a tragic accident along a quiet coastal town, until investigators uncovered a carefully hidden double life that transformed a missing persons case into one of Australia's most shocking solved murders. On the morning of January 11th, 1982, 29-year-old Lynette Dawson vanished from her home in Bayview, a peaceful suburb overlooking Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a devoted mother of 2 young daughters and the wife of Christopher Dawson, a former professional rugby league player turned high school teacher. According to Christopher, Lynette had simply left the house while he was out and never returned. At first, there was little reason to suspect foul play. Adults sometimes disappeared voluntarily. Christopher told friends and police that Lynette needed time away from the marriage. He claimed she had joined a religious group and chosen to cut contact with family. But there was one problem. Lynette never contacted her parents again. She never accessed bank accounts. She never collected belongings. She never attempted to see her children. For someone described as deeply devoted to motherhood, the disappearance made little emotional sense. Despite concerns raised by Lynette's family, the investigation stalled. Missing persons procedures in the early 1980s lacked the urgency modern cases receive. Without a body or clear evidence of violence, the case gradually faded. Meanwhile, Christopher Dawson's life moved forward with unsettling speed. Within days of Lynette's disappearance, he moved a teenage student from the school, where he taught in the family home as a live-in babysitter. Soon afterward, he began a relationship with her. Friends and relatives found the situation disturbing, particularly given how quickly it followed Lynette's disappearance. For years, suspicions lingered, but never resulted in charges. The case remained dormant for decades until renewed public attention emerged through investigative journalism. In 2018, an Australian podcast revisited Lynette Dawson's disappearance in extraordinary detail, re-examining witness accounts, timelines, and previously overlooked statements. Public pressure led New South Wales police to reopen the investigation. Detectives began reconstructing events from 40 years earlier. Witnesses came forward describing arguments between Christopher and Lynette before she vanished. Former neighbors recalled hearing disturbances. Former students testified about Christopher's inappropriate relationships and controlling behavior. Investigators concluded that Lynette had likely been killed inside the family home. Although her body was never recovered, prosecutors argued that Christopher Dawson murdered his wife to pursue a relationship free from marital obligation. In 2020, Christopher Dawson was arrested and charged with murder. Because of intense media coverage, the trial was conducted before a judge alone rather than a jury to ensure impartiality. Prosecutors presented a circumstantial but detailed case showing motive, opportunity, and post-disappearance behavior inconsistent with innocence. They emphasized that Lynette had left behind everything central to her life, including children she loved deeply. Financial inactivity, lack of communication, and Dawson's immediate replacement of his wife formed a pattern the court considered highly significant. The defense argued that without a body, certainty was impossible. They maintained Lynette may have voluntarily left. But after months of testimony, the court reached a conclusion. In August 2022, Christopher Dawson was found guilty of murdering Lynette Dawson. The judge ruled that Lynette had died in January 1982 and that her husband was responsible. He was later sentenced to 24 years in prison with a non-parole period. The conviction marked the resolution of a case that had remained unanswered for 4 decades. For Lynette's family, justice arrived painfully late. Her daughters had grown into adulthood without knowing what truly happened to their mother. The absence of physical remains meant there would never be a gravesite, only legal acknowledgement of the truth. The case became historically significant in Australia because it demonstrated that murder convictions can still occur decades later through careful reconstruction of behavior, witness testimony, and long-term investigative persistence even without recovery of a body. Bayview today remains quiet, overlooking calm coastal waters much like it did in 1982. But beneath that peaceful setting lies the memory of a disappearance once dismissed as voluntary, later revealed to be homicide hidden behind routine explanations. Lynette Dawson did not leave her life behind. Instead, investigators concluded that her disappearance had been deliberately staged, a lie sustained for 40 years before evidence and persistence finally brought the truth into court, proving that time can delay justice, but does not always prevent it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia. A man who wore tailored suits, drove luxury cars, and presented himself as a successful financial advisor trusted by retirees, families, and longtime clients who believed he was protecting their savings. His name was Peter Gillespie, and for decades he cultivated an image built on stability, professionalism, and reassurance. He understood numbers, investment portfolios, and the language of financial security. He met clients in well-furnished offices, spoke calmly about long-term growth, and positioned himself as someone who could be relied upon during uncertain economic times. Nothing about his daily routine suggested violence. He lived in a comfortable home with his wife, Mary Gillespie, in the suburb of Dulwich. Their life appeared orderly. They attended social functions. They maintained property. They interacted normally with neighbors. From the outside, there were no visible signs that their marriage had deteriorated into quiet resentment and concealed hostility. Over time, however, Peter's financial dealings began to strain under pressure. Investigators would later uncover that he had misappropriated large sums of money from clients, moving funds in ways that were concealed behind complex transactions. Financial misconduct often begins subtly, justified internally as temporary borrowing or strategic repositioning. But over time, the amounts grow. The pressure to maintain appearances intensifies. The fear of exposure increases. By 2010, Peter Gillespie's financial situation was far more unstable than anyone around him realized. He was under scrutiny from regulators. Questions were emerging about missing funds. The life he had constructed depended entirely on maintaining the illusion of control. On the evening of October 26, 2010, Mary Gillespie was inside their home. Nothing unusual had been reported by neighbors. There were no emergency calls, no visible disturbances. But by the following day, Peter reported that Mary was missing. He told friends and authorities that she had gone for a walk and had not returned. He presented himself as concerned but composed. He explained that she sometimes walked in the area and that perhaps something unexpected had happened. Missing persons investigations often begin with the assumption that voluntary absence is possible. But as hours turned into days, concern intensified. Mary had not accessed her bank accounts. She had not contacted friends. She had not taken personal belongings that would suggest departure. Police began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They examined phone records, financial activity, and surveillance footage in the surrounding neighborhood. Officers searched parks, walking trails, and nearby streets. Search teams combed through areas Mary might have visited, but nothing was found. There were no confirmed sightings, no trace of her clothing, no indication of accident. The absence of evidence began to weigh heavily on investigators. Inside the Gillespie home, forensic specialists conducted a detailed examination. They looked for signs of disturbance, microscopic traces, and inconsistencies. At first glance, the house appeared orderly. But forensic science does not rely on first impressions. Specialists used chemical reagents capable of revealing blood traces invisible to the naked eye. In certain areas of the home, particularly within interior spaces not consistent with a simple fall or minor injury, traces of blood were discovered. The patterns suggested cleanup efforts. Cleaning can remove surface stains, but it cannot eliminate every microscopic particle embedded in flooring and structural material. Investigators also began examining Peter Gillespie's financial records more closely. They discovered that large sums of client money had been diverted. He was facing potential exposure that could destroy his career and reputation. Motive began to form. Financial pressure, combined with the collapse of personal relationships, can create a volatile internal environment. Detectives interviewed friends and acquaintances, learning that the marriage had been strained. Arguments had occurred. Trust had eroded. While none of this proved violence, it established context. Peter maintained his narrative. He stated repeatedly that Mary had left for a walk. He denied any conflict that could have led to harm. He appeared calm during questioning, but investigators noted subtle inconsistencies in his timeline, small discrepancies in his recollection, minor contradictions between his statements and physical evidence. Each inconsistency alone meant little. Together, they formed a pattern. As the investigation progressed, forensic analysis of blood traces confirmed they belonged to Mary Gillespie. The quantity and distribution were inconsistent with a minor injury. Additionally, experts concluded that attempts had been made to clean the affected areas. Investigators now believed Mary had died inside the home. The absence of her body complicated the case, but modern prosecutions no longer require a recovered body when forensic evidence establishes death beyond reasonable doubt. Peter Gillespie was arrested and charged with murder. The trial became a detailed examination of forensic science and financial motive. Prosecutors presented expert testimony explaining blood pattern analysis, cleanup detection methods, and DNA confirmation. They outlined the financial misconduct that had placed Peter under extreme pressure. They demonstrated how his timeline conflicted with objective evidence. The defense argued that the forensic traces were inconclusive and that Mary could have left voluntarily. They emphasized the absence of a body. They challenged interpretations of the evidence. The jury listened carefully to weeks of testimony. They examined photographs of forensic findings. They reviewed financial documents. They evaluated Peter's statements and demeanor. Ultimately, they concluded that the cumulative evidence proved beyond reasonable doubt that Mary Gillespie had been killed inside her home and that Peter Gillespie was responsible. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Mary Gillespie's body has never been found. Despite extensive searches, its location remains unknown. But the forensic evidence within the home, combined with the financial motive and the inconsistencies in Peter's account, established a complete narrative for investigators and the court. The case stands as a reminder that even when someone believes they have concealed the most critical piece of evidence, microscopic traces and patient investigation can reveal the truth. Today, Peter Gillespie remains imprisoned in Australia, his carefully constructed image of financial reliability replaced permanently by the evidence that dismantled it. His case demonstrates how crimes committed within the privacy of a home can still be reconstructed through science, documentation, and methodical investigative work, even when the most obvious evidence is deliberately hidden from view. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted, but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, Another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing hotel receptionist after a late shift, a disappearance that at first seemed like someone simply leaving work and vanishing into the night, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the summer of 2008, the city of Phoenix, Arizona, stayed active long after sunset. Hotels near the downtown area remained busy with travelers arriving at all hours, and among the staff working those late shifts was 29-year-old receptionist Emily Carter. Emily had worked at a mid-sized business hotel for nearly 5 years and was known by coworkers as calm, professional, and reliable. Her routine rarely changed. She usually worked evening shifts that ended around midnight, and after finishing her duties, she would gather her belongings, walk through the lobby, and head out to the employee parking area behind the building. Because of that consistency, her absence was noticed quickly when something went wrong. On the night of July 22nd, Emily completed her shift shortly before 12:05 a.m. A coworker later recalled speaking with her at the front desk as they changed shifts. Security cameras inside the hotel captured Emily walking through the lobby and exiting through the rear employee door at approximately 12:12 a.m. The exterior camera showed her crossing the dimly lit parking lot and getting into her car. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Emily did not arrive home that night, her roommate initially assumed she had gone somewhere after work. But by the following afternoon, when she had not returned any calls and had also missed her next shift, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the hotel and surrounding streets. Cameras showed Emily's car leaving the parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to her apartment. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing home, her vehicle turned toward a service road leading to a cluster of warehouses and storage buildings on the outskirts of the downtown area. Investigators could not immediately explain why she would go there. 2 days later, a maintenance worker discovered Emily's car parked behind an unused storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Emily's purse and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Emily. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Emily's work environment and personal connections. Co-workers described her as friendly and professional. There were no immediate signs of conflict in her personal life. However, investigators learned that the hotel had recently dismissed a maintenance worker named Thomas Blake. Blake had been let go after repeated complaints about his behavior toward staff members. Records showed that Emily had been one of the employees who reported those concerns to management. Detectives located Blake and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the hotel, but claimed he had not been there since losing his job. He also insisted he had spent the night of July 22nd at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Blake's phone near the hotel around the time Emily's shift ended, and later near the same warehouse area where her car had been found. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area after meeting a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A security guard working at a nearby warehouse later reported seeing 2 vehicles parked behind the building shortly after midnight. One matched Emily's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby roads and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Thomas Blake. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior of Emily's vehicle. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Emily Carter. Blake was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Blake admitted that he had returned to the hotel that night and waited in the parking area. According to his statement, he approached Emily as she got in her car after her shift. Investigators believe he had been aware of her routine and chose a moment when the area would be quiet. The encounter quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Emily attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found in both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Blake attempted to hide the crime by moving her away from the area and abandoning her car behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote desert area nearly 40 miles outside Phoenix, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath sand and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Emily Carter. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Emily leaving the hotel, diverting from her normal route, and arriving at the warehouse area. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, and forensic evidence all connected Blake's vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Blake took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Thomas Blake was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Emily Carter's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the hotel later pushed for improved security measures, including better lighting in parking areas and escort systems for late-night shifts. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A security guard noticing two vehicles in a quiet area, traces of blood someone tried to erase, and careful forensic work eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24th, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young real estate agent after a routine property showing. A case that at first looked like someone simply leaving town unexpectedly, but slowly turned into a detailed investigation that uncovered a carefully hidden murder. In the spring of 2005, the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was experiencing a steady housing market. New developments were expanding along the edges of the city, and real estate agents spent long days showing homes to potential buyers. Among them was 32-year-old real estate agent Rebecca Miller. Rebecca had worked in the industry for nearly 7 years and had built a strong reputation for being organized and dependable. Her job often required meeting clients at different properties across the city, sometimes during evenings or weekends when buyers were available to tour homes. Because of that schedule, it was not unusual for her to spend hours driving between showings. On the afternoon of April 27th, Rebecca left her real estate office shortly after 3 o'clock to meet a potential buyer at a vacant house located in a quiet suburban neighborhood on the west side of the city. The property had recently been listed and had already attracted interest from several buyers. A neighbor later recalled seeing Rebecca's car parked in the driveway around 3:30 as she unlocked the front door and entered the house. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Rebecca failed to return to the office later that evening, coworkers initially assumed she had gone directly home after the showing. But when she also failed to appear for a scheduled appointment the following morning and several calls to her phone went unanswered, concern quickly began to grow. Her employer contacted police that afternoon. Detectives began their investigation by visiting the house where Rebecca had conducted the property showing. The home was empty and locked when officers arrived, but something inside immediately raised concern. Rebecca's briefcase was sitting on the kitchen counter. Her phone and car keys were next to it. People rarely leave those items behind if they plan to leave voluntarily. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the house. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood on the hardwood floor near a hallway entrance. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Rebecca. Outside in the driveway, officers found her car still parked exactly where the neighbor had seen it the previous afternoon. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing records of people who had scheduled appointments to view the house that day. Most of the names belonged to local residents who were easily located and interviewed. However, one name stood out. A man named Charles Benton had contacted Rebecca earlier that week, claiming to be interested in purchasing investment properties. Records showed that he had specifically requested a private showing at the vacant house where Rebecca disappeared. Investigators located Benton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Benton admitted that he had spoken with Rebecca about the property, but claimed he had canceled the appointment at the last minute. He insisted he had never actually gone to the house. But detectives soon discovered evidence that contradicted his story. Cell phone records placed Benton's phone in the same neighborhood as the vacant house at the exact time Rebecca had been seen entering the property. When confronted with that information, Benton claimed he had simply been driving through the area looking at other homes. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A witness who lived across the street from the vacant house later reported seeing a dark SUV parked nearby during the afternoon Rebecca disappeared. The vehicle remained there for nearly 30 minutes before suddenly leaving. Detectives reviewed surveillance cameras from nearby intersections and eventually located footage showing a similar SUV driving away from the neighborhood shortly after 4 o'clock. The license plate matched Benton's vehicle. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the rear cargo area, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Rebecca's clothing. Even more concerning were faint traces of blood along the floor lining that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Rebecca Miller. Benton was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle near the property. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Benton admitted that he had gone to the house that afternoon to meet Rebecca. According to his statement, he had initially contacted her, pretending to be a potential buyer in order to gain access to the vacant property. Investigators believe he had specifically chosen an empty house where no one else would be present. The meeting inside the house quickly turned into a violent confrontation. Evidence suggested Rebecca fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces discovered in the living room. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Benton attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the house in his SUV. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 40 miles outside Tulsa, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath loose soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Rebecca Miller. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Benton arranging the property showing, arriving at the house, and leaving the neighborhood shortly after Rebecca disappeared. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence from the SUV all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Benton took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Charles Benton was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Rebecca Miller's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Colleagues in the real estate community later organized new safety procedures for agents conducting property showings alone, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A vacant house, a few traces of blood on a floor, and fibers hidden inside a vehicle slowly revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking, and for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts have been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment. Records from the landfill. His own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. The conviction of Eric Dalton brought a formal end to the criminal trial. But for investigators and for the community of Bellingham, the story of Laura Whitaker did not end in the courtroom. In the weeks after the verdict, detectives continued to review every detail of the case, documenting the full timeline of events that had unfolded during the months leading up to Laura's death. Understanding how Dalton's fixation developed and how he was able to approach her without raising earlier alarm became an important part of the investigation's final phase. Police interviewed former co-workers from the maintenance company that had employed him, learning that Dalton had struggled with unstable employment and had developed a pattern of becoming unusually attached to people he met during short-term jobs. None of those earlier incidents had escalated to violence, but several colleagues described him as someone who often misinterpreted ordinary conversations as signs of deeper personal interest. Investigators reconstructed Dalton's movements during the days before the crime. Records showed that he had driven past Laura's home several times during the week before October 12th. Neighbors later recalled seeing the same pickup truck in the area on multiple evenings, though at the time no one had found the presence suspicious. Phone records revealed that Dalton had attempted to call Laura twice before the night of the attack, but had hung up before leaving a message. Detectives concluded that he had been watching her routine and waiting for an opportunity to approach her when she was alone. The evidence suggested that the visit to her house had not been a spontaneous decision, but something he had been considering for several days. Forensic specialists also completed a detailed examination of the crime scene evidence. The blood traces near the doorway indicated that the initial struggle had happened almost immediately after Laura opened the door. The position of the overturned chair and the scattered paper suggested that she had attempted to defend herself and move toward the interior of the house. Investigators believed that Dalton forced his way inside and attacked her during that brief confrontation. The amount of blood at the scene was limited, which explained why he had been able to move her out of the house without leaving an obvious trail that neighbors might have noticed. The analysis of fibers and soil samples taken from Dalton's truck helped confirm the route he had taken after leaving the neighborhood. Those samples matched soil from the wooded location where Laura's body was eventually discovered. As the investigation closed, Laura's colleagues at the elementary school struggled to process the loss. Students who had been in her classroom during that school year were old enough to remember her kindness and the calm way she had approached teaching. Counselors were brought into the school to help children understand what had happened in a way that was appropriate for their age. Parents organized a memorial gathering at the school playground where Laura had often supervised recess. Teachers described how she had spent hours creating creative lessons and activities for her students, often bringing extra supplies with her own money to make sure every child could participate. Laura's family chose to create a scholarship fund in her name for students who planned to become teachers. The fund was supported by contributions from the local community and from educators across the state who had heard about the case. Each year, the scholarship was awarded to a student pursuing a career in elementary education, a tribute meant to continue the work Laura had loved. For her parents and siblings, the scholarship became a way to keep her memory connected to the purpose she had dedicated her life to. The case also led local law enforcement agencies to review how reports of suspicious behavior around schools and neighborhoods were handled. Detectives noted that several small details about Dalton's behavior had existed before the crime, but had never been reported because they seemed insignificant at the time. By encouraging earlier reporting of unusual interactions or repeated appearances by unfamiliar individuals, police hoped to prevent similar situations in the future. Community meetings were held where officers spoke with residents about recognizing warning signs and sharing information when something seemed out of place. Years later, the case of Laura Whitaker remained one of the most remembered investigations in Bellingham. For the detectives who worked on it, the case served as an example of how small pieces of evidence can gradually build a clear picture of events. A neighbor noticing a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, a few fibers in a vehicle, and a pattern of phone calls were all fragments that eventually connected to reveal the full story. Each detail alone might have seemed minor, but together they formed a chain that could not be ignored. For Laura's family, the passing years did not erase the loss, but the knowledge that the truth had been uncovered brought some measure of peace. They continued to attend the annual scholarship ceremony and speak with new students entering the teaching profession. Through those gatherings, they kept alive the memory of a teacher who had once spent her days helping children learn to read and discover the world around them. Though her life had been cut short, the community that knew her chose to remember the patience and dedication she brought to her classroom rather than the violence that ended her life. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance ultimately demonstrated the persistence required to solve crimes that begin with uncertainty and very little information. From the moment police first stepped into her quiet home and noticed the small signs that something was wrong, every step of the process required careful observation and determination. Through patient work and the cooperation of witnesses, forensic experts, and investigators, The events of that October evening were reconstructed piece by piece until the truth could finally be presented in court. The story remained a lasting reminder that justice often depends on the willingness to examine even the smallest details and follow them wherever they lead. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how a woman did everything right, trusted the systems meant to protect her, and still ended up alone on her bedroom floor, while the person responsible walked free for more than 2 decades. This is a story about patience used as a weapon, about obsession disguised as professionalism, and about how sometimes justice does not arrive because authorities move quickly, but because someone refuses to forget. Sherry Rasmussen was the kind of person people felt comfortable around almost immediately. She was disciplined, organized, and quietly confident. Friends describe her as warm but grounded, someone who knew what she wanted and worked steadily toward it. She was 29 years old, recently married, and settling into what looked like a stable, promising life in Los Angeles. There is nothing chaotic about her routines, nothing reckless about her choices. She believed that if you followed the rules, life generally stayed predictable. She worked as a nurse at Glendale Adventist Medical Center, a job that demanded long hours and emotional resilience. Her days were structured, her evenings calm. She had married John Rutan, a computer engineer, just 3 months earlier. Their marriage appeared solid, affectionate, and normal in the way that rarely draws attention. They had plans, small ones at first, then larger ones further down the road. But there was someone else quietly orbiting their lives. Years earlier, before John met Sherry, he had dated a woman named Stephanie Lazarus. Stephanie was a police officer with the Los Angeles Police Department. The relationship had ended, but not cleanly. While John moved on, Stephanie did not. She maintained contact. She asked questions. She inserted herself into conversations that no longer belonged to her. To outsiders, it looked like lingering attachment. To those who would later review the facts closely, it looked like fixation. On the morning of February 24th, 1986, John left for work as usual. Sherry stayed home, planning to prepare for a work shift later that day. When John returned that evening, the apartment was silent in a way that felt immediately wrong. Sherry's car was in a parking area. The door was unlocked. Inside, nothing appeared disturbed at first glance. He found her in the bedroom. Sherry was lying on the floor, face down, her hands bound behind her back. She had been brutally beaten and shot 3 times with a revolver. The violence was intimate and deliberate. This was not a burglary gone wrong. Nothing of value was missing. The scene suggested rage rather than theft, intention rather than panic. Police arrived quickly, and the investigation began. Almost immediately, something went wrong. Despite the severity of the crime, the case was mishandled from the start. Evidence collection was incomplete. Leads were dismissed prematurely. Attention focused heavily on John, as is often the case when a spouse is murdered, but inconsistencies in the investigation were brushed aside rather than corrected. The possibility that someone else, someone with a personal motive and professional knowledge, could be responsible was not pursued seriously. Stephanie Lazarus was questioned early on. She appeared composed, cooperative, and confident. As a police officer herself, she understood how interviews worked and how to present herself. She acknowledged knowing John. She admitted she had been upset when he married Sherry, but she denied any involvement in the crime. There were no immediate witnesses, no clear forensic links tying her to the scene, and her status as a fellow officer subtly shifted the tone of scrutiny. The case went cold. For years, Sherry Rasmussen's murder remained unsolved. Her family lived with unanswered questions, with the quiet frustration of knowing the truth was still out there, but unreachable. They pushed repeatedly for the case to be reopened, but were told there was nothing new to examine. Files gathered dust. Memories faded. The system moved on. But time changes evidence. In the early 2000s, advances in forensic technology allowed cold cases to be re-examined. Sherry's parents renewed their efforts, insisting investigators take another look. This time, the case was handed to detectives willing to challenge earlier assumptions. They started with the physical evidence that had been overlooked. At the crime scene, there had been a bite mark on Sherry's arm. At the time, it had been documented but not effectively analyzed. With modern DNA testing, saliva recovered from that bite mark was examined again. What it revealed would finally break the case open. The DNA did not belong to John Rutan. It belonged to Stephanie Lazarus. The implications were staggering. A police officer had not only committed a murder, but had successfully evaded suspicion for more than 20 years, in part because of her position within law enforcement. Investigators moved carefully, aware of the gravity of what they were uncovering. Stephanie was brought in for questioning again. This time, she was older, more experienced, and still confident in her ability to control the narrative. She spoke casually. She laughed at times. She minimized her past relationship with John. But when confronted with the DNA evidence, something shifted. Her explanations became fragmented. Her confidence thinned. The mask she had worn for decades began to crack. Further investigation revealed a pattern of obsession that had never truly ended. Stephanie had continued to monitor John's life long after their relationship was over. She had access to his address. She knew his schedule. She knew when he would not be home. On the day of the murder, she had used her authority and familiarity with police procedures to avoid detection. She brought a weapon. She restrained Sherry. She killed her in a controlled, methodical way. And then she walked away, returning to her life as if nothing had happened. For 23 years, she lived freely. She built a career. She earned promotions. She enforced the law while having violated it in the most irreversible way possible. Those years were stolen not just from Sherry, but from her family, who waited for answers that should have come much sooner. In 2009, Stephanie Lazarus was arrested. The trial that followed was meticulous and devastating. Prosecutors laid out the timeline with precision, showing how opportunity, motive, and evidence aligned. They explained how jealousy had transformed into fixation, and fixation into violence. They demonstrated how Stephanie's training allowed her to evade suspicion while leaving behind the smallest trace that would one day expose her. The defense attempted to argue contamination, coincidence, misinterpretation, but the DNA evidence was undeniable. The bite mark, preserved for decades, spoke louder than any denial. Stephanie Lazarus was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 27 years to life in prison. For Sherry Rasmussen's family, justice arrived painfully late, but it arrived nonetheless. They had spent decades living in the shadow of uncertainty, knowing that the truth mattered even if it took a lifetime to reach it. This case remains chilling not because it was complex, but because it was simple and ignored. A woman trusted the world she lived in. Another woman refused to let go. And a system designed to protect people failed until time itself forced it to listen. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a quiet disappearance in a small town. A case that at first seemed like someone simply walking away from their life, but slowly unfolded into a calculated murder that investigators would spend months carefully uncovering. In the winter of 2000 for the town of Midland, Michigan was moving through its usual quiet routine as snow covered the streets and most people returned home early after work. Among the residents was 38-year-old bank employee Thomas Walker. Thomas had worked at a local credit union for nearly 15 years and was known by coworkers as someone who rarely missed a day and followed the same routine every evening. After leaving the bank, he usually stopped at a small grocery store near his house before heading home. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of January 21st immediately stood out when something went wrong. That evening, Thomas finished work shortly after 5 and told a coworker he planned to pick up a few groceries before heading home. Security cameras at the credit union showed him leaving the building and walking to his car at 5:12 p.m. A grocery store camera later captured him entering the store around 5:30. He purchased several basic items and left with 2 small bags. Footage showed him loading them into the trunk of his sedan before driving away. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Thomas failed to arrive home that night, His wife initially assumed he had been delayed at work. But when repeated calls went unanswered and he did not appear the following morning, concern quickly grew. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began retracing Thomas's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed his car traveling toward his neighborhood exactly as expected. But one camera captured the vehicle suddenly turning onto a side road that led toward a quiet industrial section of town. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Thomas's car parked behind an unused storage warehouse in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. The grocery bags were still sitting in the trunk, and Thomas's wallet and phone were on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully examined the interior of the vehicle. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the edge of the driver's side door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Thomas's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described him as dependable and friendly. Financial records showed no major debts or disputes. Friends said he had not mentioned any threats or conflicts. However, one detail began to attract investigators' attention. A coworker mentioned that Thomas had recently been involved in reviewing several suspicious loan applications submitted to the credit union. One of those applications had been submitted by a local property investor named Martin Doyle. Records showed that Thomas had rejected the loan after discovering inconsistencies in the financial documents provided. Detectives decided to interview Doyle. During the conversation, Doyle admitted that his loan request had been denied, but insisted he had simply moved on and applied elsewhere. He also claimed he had not seen Thomas recently. However, investigators soon discovered something that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Doyle's phone in the same industrial district where Thomas's car had been found on the night he disappeared. When detectives confronted him with that information, Doyle said he had been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation seemed weak, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A witness who worked at a nearby warehouse later told police that on the evening Thomas disappeared, he had seen a dark SUV parked behind the storage building around 6 o'clock. The vehicle remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby businesses and located a camera that briefly captured a vehicle matching the description leaving the area. The license plate was traced back to Martin Doyle. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his SUV. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Thomas's car. Even more concerning were faint blood traces in the rear cargo area that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Thomas Walker. Doyle was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statement, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Doyle admitted that he had arranged to meet Thomas that evening to discuss the rejected loan application. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial area where Thomas's car was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument about the financial documents. During the confrontation, Doyle attacked Thomas. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to hide the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his SUV. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Thomas. Detectives followed him to a remote wooded location nearly 30 miles outside Midland where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath snow and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Thomas Walker. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Thomas leaving shortly before the meeting. Cell phone records placed Doyle in the industrial district at the same time. Forensic experts explained how blood and fiber evidence connected his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Doyle took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Martin Doyle was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Thomas Walker's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers at the credit union remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with customers and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even small details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A vehicle seen behind a warehouse, a few fibers inside an SUV, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually exposed a crime that someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, persistence and careful investigative work ensured that the truth behind Thomas Walker's disappearance was finally brought into the open. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teenage girl who was walking home from a party, about a security camera that captured a figure following her in the darkness, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when investigators found DNA evidence on a piece of clothing that had been discarded years earlier. In February 2013, 17-year-old Brittany Drexel left her home in Rochester, New York to go on spring break to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with friends. Her mother Dawn had told Brittany she couldn't go on the trip, but Brittany went anyway without permission. She arrived in Myrtle Beach on April 22, 2009, and was staying at a hotel with friends, excited to enjoy the beach and the freedom of spring break. On the evening of April 25, 2009, Brittany left her hotel to walk to another hotel about a mile away to visit a friend. Security cameras at the hotel captured her leaving around 8 o'clock that evening. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, carrying her purse, and texting on her phone. Brittany told her boyfriend back in New York that she was walking between hotels and would call him later. That was the last time anyone heard from her. When Brittany didn't return to her hotel or respond to calls and texts, her friends initially thought she might have stayed with someone else. But when she missed her flight home to New York and still wasn't responding to anyone, they realized something was seriously wrong. Brittany's mother Dawn reported her missing, and police in both New York and South Carolina began investigating. Investigators tracked Brittany's cell phone and found that it had pinged off towers moving south from Myrtle Beach toward Georgetown, South Carolina, about 60 miles away. The phone then went dead, never to be used again. This suggested Brittany had either been taken somewhere against her will or had gotten into a vehicle that took her away from the Myrtle Beach area. Police reviewed surveillance footage from hotels and businesses along Ocean Boulevard in Myrtle Beach, the main strip where Brittany had been walking. The footage showed Brittany leaving one hotel and walking alone toward her destination. Then, in footage from outside another hotel, a dark-colored SUV could be seen in the area around the time Brittany would have been walking past. The vehicle appeared to slow down near where Brittany would have been walking. Despite this lead and extensive searches throughout the area, Brittany vanished without a trace. Her disappearance became a high-profile case with regular media coverage and massive search efforts. Dawn Drexel never gave up looking for her daughter, making countless trips to South Carolina to search and keep attention on the case. She appeared on television shows and distributed thousands of flyers, desperate for any information. For 13 years, the case remained unsolved. Various theories emerged, including rumors about human trafficking and gang involvement, but nothing was ever substantiated. Tips came in regularly, but none led to finding Brittany or determining what had happened to her. Dawn lived in agony, not knowing if her daughter was alive or dead, unable to move forward or find closure. Then in May 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Police arrested 62-year-old Raymond Moody, a registered sex offender who had been living in the Georgetown area in 2009. Moody had actually been questioned early in the investigation, but had denied any involvement. Now, 13 years later, investigators had developed evidence connecting him to Brittany's disappearance. During interrogation, Raymond Moody confessed to taking Brittany Drexel's life. According to his confession, He had been driving through Myrtle Beach on the night of April 25th, 2009, when he saw Brittany walking alone. He approached her and through some means got her into his vehicle, then drove her to his property in Georgetown County. He admitted to strangling Brittany and then burying her body in a wooded area. Following Moody's confession, he led investigators to a location in Georgetown County where he said he had buried Brittany. Cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains. Excavation of the site revealed skeletal remains that were later positively identified through dental records as Brittany Drexel. After 13 years, Brittany had finally been found. The discovery brought Dawn Drexel both relief and renewed grief. She finally knew what had happened to her daughter and could bring Brittany home for a proper burial. But learning the details of how Brittany had died and that she had been so close by all those years was devastating. Dawn had traveled to South Carolina countless times searching for Brittany, never knowing her daughter was buried in the area she had been searching. Raymond Moody was charged with kidnapping and taking Brittany's life. He pleaded guilty to both charges in October 2022 to avoid a potential death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During the court proceedings, Dawn Drexel gave a powerful victim impact statement, telling Moody that he had not just taken her daughter's life, but had tortured her family for 13 years by hiding what he had done. The investigation revealed that Moody had a long history of violence against women. He had previous convictions, including an incident where he had kidnapped and assaulted a woman in California in 1983. He had been required to register as a sex offender and had been living in South Carolina at the time of Brittany's disappearance. Questions arose about why someone with Moody's violent history hadn't been more thoroughly investigated earlier. Brittany Drexel was a teenager who made a typical teenage decision to defy her mother and go on spring break with friends. She should have been able to walk between hotels safely and return home with stories about her trip. Instead, she encountered Raymond Moody, a predator who saw a young woman walking alone as an opportunity to commit violence. The case highlighted the dangers young people face during spring break and other travel situations where they may be in unfamiliar locations without adequate supervision. Brittany's decision to walk alone at night in an area she didn't know well put her at risk, though nothing she did justified what happened to her. Dawn Drexel has spoken about the importance of young people staying together in groups, maintaining contact with family, and being aware of their surroundings. She has also worked to raise awareness about predators like Moody and the need for better tracking of sex offenders. Brittany's case has become a cautionary tale about the real dangers that exist and the importance of making safe choices. Raymond Moody remains in prison where he will spend the rest of his life. He robbed Brittany of her future and her family of 13 years of knowing what had happened to her. Brittany never got to graduate from high school, go to college, or experience all the things she should have had ahead of her. Her life ended at 17 at the hands of a monster who chose to prey on a vulnerable young woman walking alone. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing freelance photographer after a routine assignment. A disappearance that at first seemed like someone staying out late for work, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered through persistence and careful investigation. In the summer of 2006, the city of Denver, Colorado, was busy with events, private functions, and corporate gatherings that often required photographers to work late into the evening. Among them was 35-year-old freelance photographer Jason Miller. Jason had built a steady career covering small events, business functions, and private bookings. Clients described him as professional, punctual, and easy to work with. Because of his job, it was not unusual for him to be out late, sometimes traveling across different parts of the city in a single evening. Still, he always checked in with family once he finished an assignment. On the night of June 3rd, Jason had been hired to photograph a small corporate gathering at a downtown office building. Several attendees later confirmed that he worked through the event and was seen packing up his equipment around 9:40 p.m. Security cameras inside the building captured him leaving through the main entrance and walking toward the parking garage. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Jason did not return home that night, his sister initially assumed he had taken on another late job or stayed out editing photos. But by the following afternoon, when he had not responded to calls and had missed a scheduled meeting with a client, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by retracing Jason's movements after leaving the office building. Cameras inside the parking garage showed him loading his camera equipment into his SUV and driving out at approximately 9:52 p.m. Traffic cameras later captured the vehicle heading toward the main road that led to his apartment. But one camera recorded something unusual. Instead of continuing home, Jason's SUV turned toward an industrial corridor lined with warehouses and storage yards. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Jason's SUV was discovered parked behind a closed warehouse in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several concerning details. His camera equipment was still inside the vehicle, neatly packed. His phone and wallet were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Jason. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Jason's recent assignments and client interactions. One booking quickly stood out. The corporate event he had attended that evening had been organized by a small consulting firm. While most attendees were accounted for and interviewed, one individual drew particular attention. A contractor named Michael Turner had been present at the event and had briefly spoken with Jason about additional photography work. Investigators located Turner and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Turner admitted attending the event and speaking with Jason, but claimed he had left shortly afterward and had no further contact with him. He also insisted he had spent the rest of the evening at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his timeline. Cell phone records placed Turner's phone in the same industrial area where Jason's SUV had been found at approximately the same time he disappeared. When confronted with that information, Turner said he had been driving through the area on his way to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A security guard working at a nearby warehouse later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 10:30 that night. One matched Jason's SUV. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from nearby roads and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Michael Turner. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his vehicle. Inside, the car forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Jason's SUV. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Jason Miller. Turner was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Turner admitted that he had followed Jason after the event under the pretense of discussing future work. According to his statement, he convinced Jason to stop in the industrial area to talk privately. Investigators believe he had chosen the location because it was quiet and isolated. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Jason attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Turner attempted to hide the crime by moving Jason away from the area and abandoning his SUV behind the warehouse. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote mountainous area nearly 40 miles outside Denver, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath rocks and soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Jason Miller. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Jason leaving the event, diverting from his normal route, and arriving at the industrial area. Surveillance footage, cell phone records, and forensic evidence all connected Turner's vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Turner took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Michael Turner was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Jason Miller's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Clients and colleagues remembered him as someone who had built a career through reliability and professionalism. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him, and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a routine drive home after work, a disappearance that confused investigators for weeks before small pieces of overlooked evidence slowly revealed a carefully concealed murder. In the autumn of 2005, the town of Springfield, Missouri was moving through a typical weekday routine. Traffic flowed steadily through the main roads as people finished work and returned home for the evening. Among them was 35-year-old insurance agent Kevin Marshall. Kevin had worked for the same regional insurance company for nearly 10 years and was known by coworkers as someone who kept a steady routine. Most evenings he left the office around 5:30, drove the same route home, and spent the night with his wife and young daughter. Because his schedule rarely changed, the events of October 18th stood out immediately when something went wrong. That evening, Kevin left the office at 5:42 p.m. Security cameras in the building's parking garage captured him getting into his sedan and driving out toward the main road. One coworker waved goodbye as he pulled away. He never arrived home. When Kevin did not appear by 7 o'clock, his wife initially assumed he had been delayed by work or traffic. But when several phone calls went straight to voicemail and no messages were returned, concern began to grow. By the following morning, when he also failed to appear at the office, police were contacted and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by tracing Kevin's last known movements after leaving work. Traffic cameras along his usual route showed his car passing through several intersections exactly as expected. But the final camera in the sequence captured something unusual. Kevin's sedan suddenly turned off the normal route toward a quiet industrial district several miles away from his home. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why he would go there. 2 days later, a patrol officer discovered Kevin's car parked behind an empty storage building in that same industrial area. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, investigators noticed something troubling. Kevin's phone and briefcase were sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood on the driver's side door and along the steering wheel. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. The discovery shifted the investigation from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining people connected to Kevin's life. Co-workers described him as professional and easy to work with. Financial records showed no major problems or debts. His family relationships appeared stable. For several days, investigators struggled to identify anyone who might have had a motive to harm him. The first major lead came from a witness who worked in a warehouse near the location where Kevin's car had been found. The worker told police that on the evening Kevin disappeared, he had seen another vehicle parked near the storage building around 6:30. It was a dark pickup truck, and the driver appeared to be speaking with someone standing near a sedan. The witness had not thought much about the moment at the time, assuming the two drivers were simply meeting. But after hearing about the investigation, he realized the sedan might have been Kevin's car. Detectives began searching for nearby surveillance footage that might have captured the pickup truck. After reviewing several cameras from surrounding businesses, they located footage showing a similar truck leaving the area shortly after the time the witness described. The license plate was partially visible. Investigators eventually traced the vehicle to a man named Robert Chandler. Chandler was 42 years old and owned a small contracting business that occasionally handled repair work for commercial buildings. When detectives looked deeper into his background, they discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Several months earlier, Kevin's insurance company had denied a large property damage claim submitted by Chandler. Records showed Kevin had been the agent responsible for reviewing and rejecting the claim. Detectives brought Chandler in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had been frustrated about the insurance decision, but insisted he had never threatened Kevin. He also claimed he had not seen him recently. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Chandler in the industrial district at almost the exact time Kevin disappeared. When confronted with the phone data, Chandler said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another job site. The explanation raised further suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was issued for Chandler's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery of Kevin's sedan. Even more significant were faint blood traces on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Kevin. With the evidence mounting against him, Chandler was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with a witness statement, placing his truck near Kevin's car that evening. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Chandler admitted that he had contacted Kevin earlier that day, asking to meet and discuss the insurance claim that had been denied. According to his statement, the two men agreed to meet in the industrial area after Kevin finished work. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Chandler attacked Kevin. Realizing the seriousness of what he had done, he attempted to hide the crime by removing the body from the area and cleaning his truck. After hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Kevin. Detectives followed him to a wooded section of land nearly 30 miles outside Springfield. There they discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and branches. The remains were later confirmed to be Kevin Marshall. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline of crime. Traffic camera footage showed Kevin diverting from his normal route to meet Chandler. Witness testimony placed Chandler's truck near the storage building. Forensic experts explained how fibers and blood evidence linked his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and not planned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Chandler took afterward to conceal the body and destroy evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Robert Chandler was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Kevin Marshall's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and coworkers remembered him as someone who had spent years building trust with clients and colleagues. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A witness remembering two vehicles parked together, a few fibers inside a truck, and small traces of blood eventually revealed the truth. Next story. In the autumn of 1998, in the quiet city of Bellingham, Washington, 30-year-old school teacher Laura Whitaker followed the same routine she had maintained for years. She taught third grade at a small elementary school on the north side of the city, where students and parents knew her as patient, organized, and deeply committed to her work. Laura had moved to Bellingham a few years earlier after graduating from a teaching program, drawn by the calm pace of the coastal town and the strong sense of community around its schools. She lived alone in a small rented house only a few miles from the school where she worked. Most of her days were predictable and structured, beginning early in the morning with lesson planning and ending in the evening with quiet time at home grading papers or preparing activities for the next day. Because her routine was so consistent, the events of October 12th stood out immediately to those who knew her well. That evening, Laura failed to appear at a small dinner gathering she had planned with two close friends, something that had never happened before. Where her friends tried to reach her by phone, there was no answer. At first, they assumed she might still be at school finishing work or perhaps had forgotten the time. But as the hours passed and the calls continued to go unanswered, concern began to grow. The following morning, Laura also failed to appear at school. The principal, aware that she had never missed a day without notice, contacted police to request a welfare check. Officers arrived at her home late that morning and discovered something that immediately raised alarm. Laura's car was parked in the driveway exactly where it should have been, and the house appeared quiet from the outside. Inside, however, there were subtle signs that something had gone wrong. Papers were scattered across the living room floor as if someone had been interrupted while working. A chair had been knocked over near the front door, and Laura's purse was sitting on the kitchen counter along with her keys. Detectives quickly realized that Laura had likely encountered someone inside her home the previous evening. There were no signs of forced entry, which suggested that she may have opened the door willingly or recognized the person who came to visit. Forensic technicians began carefully collecting evidence from the house, searching for fingerprints, fibers, and any trace that might reveal what had happened. Small spots of blood were discovered near the doorway, indicating that a violent struggle had taken place. The amount was limited but significant enough to confirm that Laura had been injured before disappearing. Investigators expanded their search to the surrounding neighborhood, interviewing residents who might have seen or heard something unusual during the evening hours. One neighbor reported noticing a pickup truck parked along the street around the time Laura would have been home from school. The vehicle did not belong to anyone in the immediate area, and the driver had remained inside for some time before eventually walking toward Laura's house. The witness had not thought much of it at the time, assuming it was simply a visitor or delivery driver. But when detectives followed up on the description of the truck, they discovered that it closely resembled a vehicle owned by a man named Eric Dalton. Dalton was a former maintenance worker who had previously done repair work at Laura's school earlier that year. Investigators learned that Dalton had spoken with Laura several times during the weeks when he worked at the building. Co-workers recalled that he had shown an unusual interest in her, often lingering in the hallway to talk, even when the conversation seemed unnecessary. At the time, it had been dismissed as harmless friendliness, But after Laura disappeared, those interactions took on new significance. Detectives located Dalton and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he knew Laura from the school, but insisted that he had not seen her recently and had nothing to do with her disappearance. Despite his denial, investigators soon uncovered evidence that contradicted his statement. Phone records showed that Dalton had placed a call to Laura's home the evening before she vanished. When asked about the call, he claimed that he had simply wanted to ask about possible tutoring work for a relative's child, an explanation detectives found suspicious given the timing. Meanwhile, forensic analysis from the crime scene revealed a fingerprint on Laura's front door that matched Dalton's prints. Although he had previously been inside the school where Laura worked, he had no legitimate reason to have visited her home. The investigation intensified as detectives obtained a warrant to search Dalton's pickup truck. Inside, they discovered fibers that matched the carpet inside Laura's living room, as well as traces of blood that laboratory testing later confirmed belonged to her. Faced with this growing evidence, Dalton's story began to change. He eventually admitted that he had gone to Laura's house that evening intending to ask her out on a date. According to his statement, she rejected him and asked him to leave. The conversation turned into an argument, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Dalton confessed that during the struggle, Laura was seriously injured. Instead of seeking help, he panicked and forced her into his truck before driving away from the neighborhood. Detectives pressed him for details about where he had taken her, and he eventually led them to a remote wooded area several miles outside the city. There, hidden beneath brush and fallen branches, investigators found Laura's body. The discovery confirmed the tragic outcome that many had feared since the investigation began. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the events of that evening. Witnesses from the school testified about Dalton's interactions with Laura and his growing fixation on her. Forensic experts explained how the evidence from the house and the truck connected him directly to the crime. Phone records and the neighbor's observation of the pickup truck placed him in the area at the exact time Laura disappeared. The defense attempted to portray the incident as a sudden argument that spiraled out of control, but the prosecution emphasized that Dalton's decision to remove Laura from her home and conceal her body demonstrated a clear effort to hide the crime. After hearing the evidence, the jury found Dalton guilty of murder and kidnapping. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought a measure of closure to Laura's family, though the loss remained deeply painful for those who knew her. Students, colleagues, and members of the community remembered her as a teacher who had devoted her life to helping children learn and grow. The investigation into Laura Whitaker's disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can become crucial pieces of a larger puzzle. A neighbor's memory of a parked truck, a fingerprint on a door, and a few fibers inside a vehicle eventually revealed the truth about what had happened on that quiet October evening. Through persistent detective work and careful forensic analysis, investigators were able to reconstruct the events that led to Laura's death and ensure that the person responsible was held accountable. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned tragedy into profit, about deception that lasted decades, and about how the desire for sympathy and financial gain can lead someone to commit the unthinkable repeatedly. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by terrible luck. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from various mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies. Neighbors expressed sympathy for the seemingly devoted mother who kept losing her babies. Doctors were puzzled by the string of tragedies, but no one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these deaths, ending the lives of her own children to gain attention and sympathy. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and other means. She would bring her babies to hospitals in crisis, appearing as a distraught mother seeking help, while she was actually the cause of their medical emergencies. Her conviction in 1987 exposed one of the most disturbing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy ever documented and revealed how a mother's need for attention could override the most basic parental instincts. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11th, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was marked by emotional neglect and a desperate hunger for attention. Her parents were cold and distant, showing little affection to their children. Her father was an alcoholic who spent little time with the family. Her mother was emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but no warmth or nurturing. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. She struggled in school, not due to lack of ability, but because she could not focus when her emotional needs were so unmet. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain it. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, hardworking man who provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally matter, to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community rallied around Mary Beth, offering sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, receiving care and concern from everyone around her. The experience was intoxicating. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, died suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations, and no one suspected foul play. Mary Beth received even more sympathy and attention as the unlucky mother who had lost 2 children. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get the attention she desperately needed. By harming her children, she could create medical crises that brought doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members rushing to support her. She was no longer invisible. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under suspicious circumstances. Barbara passed away at age 4.5, officially from Reye's syndrome. Timothy passed at age 3 weeks from what was called sudden infant death syndrome. Nathan passed at 5 months, another SIDS diagnosis. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural deaths. Mary Beth's method was suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply until they stopped breathing. Sometimes she would revive them and bring them to hospitals, creating medical emergencies that required intensive intervention. Other times, she would simply end their lives and present their bodies to authorities, claiming they had stopped breathing suddenly. She carefully selected which children to harm and when. She would wait until the sympathy from one passing had faded, then create a new crisis with another child. She was methodical in maintaining the attention flow she needed, spacing the tragedies to maximize impact without raising immediate suspicion. Some medical professionals did become concerned. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning the pattern. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was limited. The idea that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became undeniable in December 1985 when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff managed to revive her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician's assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant passing in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, and authorities finally began examining the impossible pattern. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she just wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and fresh evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain attention and sympathy. They described Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition and how harming her children fulfilled that need. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing from various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm. The defense argued Mary Beth was a loving mother who had suffered terrible misfortune and had snapped only once under extreme stress. But the jury saw through this argument and recognized the pattern of harm that had continued for over a decade. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted of taking Tammy Lynn's life. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times and remains incarcerated in New York at age 82. Throughout her imprisonment, Mary Beth has never fully confessed to harming her other children. She maintains that only Tammy Lynn's passing was intentional. This denial continues to haunt the community and the few surviving family members who tried to support her through what they believed was unimaginable tragedy. Her husband, Joseph, divorced her and has lived quietly, never speaking publicly about the horror he lived through. He had trusted his wife completely, never suspecting that the woman he loved was systematically ending their children's lives. Next story. The body was found in a place that should have made the investigation simple. A locked apartment with no signs of forced entry, no disturbance, and no immediate indication that anyone other than the victim had been inside. A situation that, on the surface, suggested either a natural death or a closed-room scenario with very limited possibilities. But what complicated everything was a single detail that didn't belong, an object positioned in a way that implied someone had left the scene after. The door had already been secured. It was early December 2020 in Mumbai when the building's maintenance staff reported a persistent water leak seeping into the corridor from under the door of a second-floor unit. A slow but steady flow that had gone unnoticed for hours until it began to spread across the tile flooring, prompting the decision to unlock the apartment using a master key. Inside, they found 34-year-old Aditi Sharma lying on the bathroom floor, partially submerged in water from an overflowing sink, the tap still running, the room humid and silent. And at first glance, it appeared to be an accident, a fall that had left her unable to shut off the water. But the position of her body suggested otherwise, too controlled, too still. And when emergency responders confirmed that she had been dead for several hours, the assumption of an accident began to weaken. The apartment itself was otherwise undisturbed. The front door locked from the inside, windows closed, no signs of forced entry, and nothing missing, creating the impression that no one else had been present. But as investigators moved through the space, one detail began to draw attention. A ceramic cup placed on the kitchen counter, positioned upside down on a folded cloth, something that did not match the rest of the environment. Not because it was unusual in itself, but because of its precision, the way it had been placed carefully rather than casually, and more importantly, because Aditi's habits, as described by those who knew her, did not include leaving items arranged in that manner. It was a small inconsistency, but in a scene defined by control and stillness, it stood out. The post-mortem examination provided the first clear indication that the death was not accidental, revealing signs of manual strangulation, consistent with pressure applied to the neck prior to the body being moved to the bathroom, and the presence of water was determined to be incidental, introduced after death rather than the cause of it. This finding transformed the case immediately, turning what had appeared to be a sealed environment into a deliberate staging, a space arranged to conceal the true nature of the event. The locked door aspect became the central challenge. If no one had forced entry and the door was secured from the inside, then either the victim had allowed someone involuntarily, or the method of exit had been concealed in a way that was not immediately obvious. Investigators began by examining access points, confirming that the main door could be locked from the outside using a key, meaning that the appearance of a sealed room did not necessarily indicate that the perpetrator was still inside or had been trapped, but it did raise the question of how the scene had been left so controlled, with no visible disturbance. Attention turned to the timeline. Aditi had last been seen the previous evening returning from work at approximately 7:40 p.m., captured on building CCTV entering the lobby alone, and no one was recorded entering or leaving her apartment floor afterward. But this detail was complicated by a known blind spot in the camera coverage near the stairwell, an area that allowed limited movement without detection. This gap created the possibility that someone had accessed the floor without being recorded, particularly if they were familiar with the building layout. Investigators then focused on individuals who had legitimate access to the building, including residents, maintenance staff, and regular visitors, and among them was a man named Kunal Mehra, a freelance technician who had performed repair work in the building on multiple occasions, including a visit to Aditi's apartment 2 days before her death to fix a minor electrical issue. This prior access meant that he was familiar with both the layout and the security limitations, and more importantly, that his presence would not necessarily raise suspicion. When questioned, Kunal stated that his interaction with Aditi had been limited to the repair work and that he had not returned since. But his account began to weaken when phone location data placed him in the vicinity of the building on the night of the incident, despite having no scheduled work there. Further investigation revealed that he had retained a duplicate key to the apartment, a detail he initially failed to disclose, claiming later that it had been forgotten and never used. But the existence of the key provided a clear method of entry and exit without forced access. The ceramic cup in the kitchen became a focal point, and forensic analysis revealed partial fingerprints that did not belong to Aditi, but were insufficient for immediate identification. However, the cloth beneath it contained fibers consistent with materials found in Kunal's toolkit, specifically a type of cleaning rag he commonly used during repairs. This connection, while indirect, linked him to the scene in a way that contradicted his statement of not returning. As investigators reconstructed the sequence of events, a clearer picture began to emerge. Aditi had likely allowed Kunal into the apartment voluntarily, possibly under the assumption of a follow-up repair or a minor issue. Once inside, the situation escalated, leading to the act of strangulation, after which the scene was partially staged. The body moved to the bathroom, the water left running to create the appearance of an accident, and the apartment arranged to appear undisturbed. The cup, placed deliberately, may have been an overlooked detail, something left behind during the process of cleaning or staging, a small action that did not align with the overall attempt at control. The locked door, initially seen as a barrier to understanding, became a misleading element, a constructed condition that suggested isolation but actually concealed the method of exit, the use of a key allowing the perpetrator to leave without disrupting the appearance of a sealed environment. The blind spot in the camera coverage provided the final piece, explaining how movement could occur without being recorded, turning what seemed like a closed system into one with a hidden pathway. Under continued questioning, the inconsistencies in Kunal's account became more pronounced, each detail aligning more closely with the evidence than with his statements, until the structure of the narrative could no longer be maintained. The case, which had begun as a quiet, contained scene, revealed itself to be the result of deliberate actions layered carefully to appear accidental, relying on the assumption that small details would go unnoticed. In the end, it was not the obvious elements of the scene that solved the case, but the subtle ones, the placement of an object, the presence of a material out of context, the understanding of how a locked door could mislead rather than confirm. It was through these details that the controlled environment was broken apart, revealing the sequence that have been hidden within it. A reminder that even the most contained spaces can hold inconsistencies that, when examined closely, lead directly to the truth.